living a golden experience. My life too lit, it's delirious. I keep that star on my back. Look at my face, can't fear shit. Built to the top like a pyramid. My lineage lit and it's serious. Bring the beat, life like Jorno. Young gang star, flip the kill switch. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Are you sure you're not an enemy stand user? Air to my knee, not can't stand niggas. Gangstar, gang moves, hands get bigger. Rock, paper, scissors, my hands too different. Move like Bruno, might rip in a zipper. Shooting shots, purple hermit, put you in the picture. Shoot shots, gun loaded, feel like Mr. I've been with my dog like Iggy. Half dog mindset, fire flame with me. Still came with the water, bitch, I feel like Misty. Waifu with me, she missed me, she kissed me. Gotta breathe like, come on. Murder, murder, muda, muda, beat it up, come on. Lisa, love me, lost with the glove on. Play a stand and let the requiem run on. Living a golden experience. My life too lit, it's delirious. I keep that star on my back. Look at my face, can't fear shit. Built to the top like a pyramid. My lineage lit and it's serious. Bring the beat life like Jorno. Young gang star flip the kill switch. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose.
I love you, Apollo Fresh.
Got that emerald green. Feel like Kakyo in.
Enjoy the moment.
Got that emerald green. Feel like Kakyo in.
Onward, settle, beat our flow, whoa.
Alright, let's get started. 1 second. Alrighty, that should do it. So let me fade over here real quick. Just trying this out today. Need to keep practicing at this so that it gets a little bit better, a little bit more in the correct range and whatnot. But today we're just gonna be playing some Overwatch. As usual, kind of just as a channel. If this is your first time joining us on Money Match Gaming, where we play games, and then I have some interesting interest. No, we try to inform people or inform the esports community about how to potentially fund their esports communities like Money Match Gaming does. And so it's really just for us. It's sharing our journey with others, and that journey has included many different things, from art to community building, streaming efforts, and financial education. And so today's stream, we're going to be playing some Overwatch, and then I'll also be going on what I'm calling a rant of financial education with the United States a bit. I'm just really covering some financial history, just currency history with the United States dollar, and other currencies that we've had throughout the United States, because I feel like, it's just stuff that throughout school they don't really teach you about taxes or anything like that. They definitely don't, they teach you we had a war and they focus on the wars, but they don't really focus on any of the policies and stuff like that surrounded those wars and how that affected people and stuff like that. And if anything, whenever you hear about financial collapse or of an economy or something like that, you hear about like Zimbabwe or now Venezuela, or if they want to go back, they'll talk about Germany and the Weimar Republic. But why not the United States? Because we had those same type of things happen, but we just don't talk about them. And so sharing some of that stuff today. I don't want to hold up too much on not even having the game started up, so I'm going to log in over here, and hopefully you like the little me that we got. I need to make sure I have it synced up to a scene that I can come back to this one, because I don't have the captions and everything. Alright, but the first bit of this history is that with currencies, what was the first United States currencies? The first currencies was created by John Hull, who was authorized by the Massachusetts legislature. He created 3 types of tokens or currencies for the United States, and these are really just for different colonies, so not for the entire body. And that's another thing to mention, is that all of these different colonies had their own different currencies that were worth different amounts of things, different amounts of British pounds or different amounts of Spanish dollars, etc. And we'll go into those, or silver, etc. But the coins that he created were the willow, the oak, and the pine tree shilling back in 1652. Yeah, I did want to show this at this portion. Let me see if I can just make it really big. Nah, not really. I'm still going to do it. Okay, at this portion I do want to show this. It's my screen over here where I have these notes. And this chart that I'm sharing is the buying power of the United States dollar, or our currencies, whatever you want to call it, from this period of time in the 1800s. So we're a little bit farther back, but all the way up into the current period. And so when we're thinking about things, it's like we haven't even gotten to this period of things when we got into, and with this, why this one is upward and this one's downward is this is like as if you had one, they're both starting at $100, right? But this is like the inflation of it, and then this is your actual buying power, so what you could get with $100. So in the 1800, and they had a spike up of what you could get with $100, then down, then up, then down, then up, then down. And what I really found interesting about this bottom chart right here is that when I did a close-up of it, let me see if I can get this window. I don't know if I still have it up. I don't still have it. But when I did a close-up of it, what we found was like pretty much there was a 30-year cycle that was happening. And it was every 30 years you should get these big swings. So there's a 30-year run up, 30-year run down, 30-year run up, 30-year run down. And that was basically something to do with the currency. The average lifespan of a currency is somewhere around 50 years or so. And so within that is the run up and the run down of some type of monetary policy, I'm imagining. And we'll decide that for yourself as I continue to read some of this stuff later on. But there's these 30-year cycles, basically. This downward cycle right here was part of 2010. So the last downward portion was like this run up was the 80s. And then down here is 2010. And then this next portion, which I imagine is either going to finish, whatchamacallit. So we have a 30-year period from 2010 to 2040. Yeah. So by 2040, if this thing is doing what it usually does, we will see in the next 20 years it go upward due to some type of major monetary policy shift that happens during this portion of the downturn. And then that should lead to a 30-year upturn. if it continues in this exact same cycle, which is crazy because it's going from the 1800s all the way through on a 30-year. All of these are 30 years. It's kind of wild. 30 years up, 30, and it's a 30-year down. It's like 30 year down. It was not short amounts of time. But I thought that was really interesting. I wanted to make sure I included that. And that is going to be the first portion of just ranty type of history stuff. That we had those are the initial coins back in 1652. The willow, the oak, and the pine shilling. And so, was it always $1? No. It was these things. And what did these things equal, basically? You could do things like, 30 pine shillings might equal, it could equal different things. It could equal, some gold, or it could equal, it's most likely some British pounds, or some Spanish dollars, some amount of it, or some beaver pelts, etc. So, that said, let's get over to the gameplay screen. I find that fascinating. It was fun to put some more research and stuff behind some of the stuff, because a lot of stuff I already know. But some of the earlier currency stuff like that and things that led to certain, like I know about things like Bretton Woods and the gold standard and this and that, and different nations going on and off, and like the wars and stuff like that that took place around them, and why that like stressed certain things. But yeah, so there's that much more to some of these to play. It was just really it was really interesting for me. I don't know. Can't wait to get into the nitty gritties and just I feel like people know about these big topics, but the policies that took place around those topics and stuff like that, how long did those policies last, how long to the next policy, what did that mean for currencies, etc. How long have we had certain currencies? When we're talking about things like a Fed coin or something like that, the United States switching to some other type of dollar, or there being some other type of dollar or currency in the work or mix. People were like, oh, it's weird or something like that. It's like, is it weird? Is it weird when you actually look at the history? Because it sounds like it's only been a few years since some type of thing like that. One of these things, and it's one of the ones I kind of know about with the gold standard, but it's like, yeah, it's funny. It reminds me of without going too much into it, just going around the gold standard, but it reminds me of gun activists almost, where they're like afraid of their guns being taken away, but they're not going to take your guns away. But unless they needed the metal that badly. Or certain types, honestly. But we'll get into that. Match time. Alright, so I am a healer. I'm going to try to pump out. We're trying to pump out like 20,000 heals every game. If it ain't 20,000, it ain't worth it. Oh, team. Team, you leave me. I'm gonna flap this boy on and off, on and off. There you go. Oh, hello, Hanzo. You lead me to the promised land. Fly above you. You guys want to see a 20,000 heal plus? Because you're going to see a 20,000 heal plus. Unless we just like dominate and then it's like a 10,000 heal. Yeah, I'm like making it hard to heal. See if I can get on up. Get me closer. Get a shield there. Man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost a team wipe. Let's just go under. I don't even know if we should go up top. That's going to be a lot of damage. Should probably just go under. I'm going with Hanzo. And I'm going to the tanks. Concentrate, Hanzo. Gotta be able to kill something, guys. I just threw out the orb. Try to hold at spawn for a second, Diva. Winston's still here, Diva. Where you at? I'm like, Ryan, why would you just let me get beat like that, though? What the hell? You were there? Step in front of me, take some of the hits, back them up. You full health Reinhardt. Thanks, Sean. Like a DPS. The Hanzo, maybe? I don't know. Or the junk. Oh, hey. Yeah, we were not killing things. That was tough. With the not killing. Tough stuff. Other cool thing, I've been studying Blender stuff, and I'm pretty sure I'm really close to being able to make this championship belt. We're about to have this belt. Alright, let's see if we can win this 5v6. I've been winning some 5v6 lately. Oh man, Sombra though? Why would you do that? How are we gonna beat them when like that's our damage? That's like a lot better. Like there was no chance that Sombra's gonna beat an entire team with 2 tanks. But I'll be able to fuck him up with my Lucio. No shields, Arissa? There we go. Like, she's like, I'm waiting for it. Oh, we lost 2 now. The other healer. Oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, what else do we have for the monetary history? Let me start at the top of this wonderful document that I've created. So we have tension. At the top of the monetary policy document, we have tension. We have the British Parliament passing a flurry of acts against the colonies, against their paper money that they started to create. And so the colonies, again, we had those first currencies, those shillings, those wood tokens, but then we also started to have the creation of paper money. One of the most famous, what we call them, money printers of money back in the day, was Benjamin Franklin, who actually created a few different ways to try and figure out which bills were counterfeit and which ones were not. And that was just things like using the structure of a leaf, or now we have things much more encrypted than a structure of a leaf spine that you can't replicate. We have things more encrypted than that, like Bitcoin, or just a password even, But the thing here is that there was a bunch of acts against the colonies being able to regulate themselves with those currencies and denominate certain amounts of those currencies to be X amount of shillings or whatever the heck. Basically, they wanted to say that you had to use their currency and you had to use their stuff, and it was a lot harder for people in the colonies to get that and to be able to trade and make a living with some foreign currency. And so, regulation of their money is the lesson here. We're going to go forward when we get a little bit more time this next one. And that's pre-Civil War. That's about the timelines of those regulation periods. 1751, 1764, and 1773 is the times that the British did those regulations against the colonies. And so, yes, we have the Tea Party and stuff like that, but we also have these things. Damn, okay, this team is out here. Blood. Yeah, I'm like, I don't understand why Mercy wasn't a heel on the hog for that long. She was on him and then she just didn't get good position. Yeah, better positioning, man. Bro. Man, why you turning, dude? This dude who has popped no alts as a character is now somber. Shit, trying to get out there on him. Hey, we got Sombra though. She didn't die. Yay. Like, wow. Was that like attempted suicide? Does this guy like only play Call of Duty? It's like sad to see what people do when they play DPS, bro. Whoa, the fuck? Kill that Mercy! Behind us. Touch if you can, touch if you can. You'll finish it. Touch. Oh man, I'm the group maybe. I don't know what it looks like there. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Here I am, Diva. You're anti-brig. Man, we just don't kill. Guy's just shooting arrows. It's like, man, that's obviously not doing it. They have a fucking fair and a soldier. I got both DPS. Res both. Ugh. Ryan, walk into the fucking mines. Your shield gets rid of them. God damn it. The fuck, man? Wow, bro. What a stupid team. You can't really do much more. They couldn't fucking kill the DPS. I had to go Mercy, kill the DPS, keep our team alive the entire time. They still couldn't kill anything. Killed their soldier, killed their Pharah, took Hog down to less than half, healed our team, rezzed our Tracer, still can't kill anybody. Like, wow, people are that bad. People are that bad. It makes you like really not want to even heal. It's like, what do you? Because you need people that can kill something. That's not possible if you don't have people that can heal something, kill something. I mean. What is that? I'm just like, I want to play heal, you know, but you need people that can actually kill things, otherwise it's fruitless. We got some time here, y'all. You know we do a time. We go into another segment. Another one. I'm gonna go right back into that good education. I really need to leave this thing up so that I got some way of easily transitioning to the scene. It's a new scene. So, during the American Revolution, the colonies become independent states. And this means that they are no longer subject to arbitrary monetary regulations from the British Parliament, aka those regulations that they had previously enacted that got people so stirred up and stuff to begin with. So now they can start issuing their own paper money. And this is when we start to really see a bunch of different currencies and stuff. So you start to see different states or colonies issuing their own paper monies and stuff to pay for wartime stuff. And this leads to a currency which is known as the continental currency. Boom, boom, boom. Make sure this match is about to start. 1 second. Okay, dope. Yeah, and so what the continental currency was is basically just a currency that was established via the Continental Congress, so the Congress at the time. Um, and again, it was much like the state-issued ones, where it was used to pay for wartime debts, basically, and stuff like that. Like, yes, currency within the colonies, but then also for those wartime debts. And so what this meant was that people were just issuing it out, like printing it. It was just like they were just, yeah, you got the ability to do it, then you're gonna issue it out because you got to issue it out to pay for stuff. And a bunch of it was minted out for the time, which is like some 700 or some 100 million, I believe, not 700, like, but a few hundred million of this thing was minted out, and that basically made it worthless by the end of the war. And so what made it worthless, it was just the fact that this is like an early American experiment with currency and stuff like that. One of the first times we really saw these currencies that were published by the nation for the first time of Congress being devalued to the point that we needed to switch our monetary system. I think this is our last person on the team. So that's that portion of the learning, is that we have a continental currency that occurred other than these individual state currencies, and the continental currency was used during wartime of the American Revolution, and this currency was, by the end of the war, pretty much valued down to nothing, valueless, and we needed to switch.
half a Zan, 13 hours till I land. Have me out like a light, ayy, like a light, ayy, like a light. Slept through the flight, not for the night. 767, man, this shit got double bedroom, man. I still got schools to settle, man. I crept down the block, made a right, yeah. Cut the lights, yeah. Pay the price, yeah. Niggas think it's sweet, it's on sight, yeah. Nothing nice, yeah. Vegas in my eyes, yeah. Jesus Christ, yeah. Checks over stripes, yeah. That's what I like, yeah. That's what we like, yeah. Lost my respect, you not a threat. When I shoot my shot, that shit wetty like on Shaq. See the shots that I took, wet like on Book, wet like on Lizzie. I be spinning valley circle blocks till I'm busy. Like where is he? No one seen him. I'm tryna clean him. She's in love with who I am. Back in high school, I used to bust it to the dance. Now I hit the FBO with duffels in my hands. I did half a Zan, 13 hours till I land. Had me out like a light, 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 like a light. Yeah, Pastor Dawson Sally sending texts and sending kites. Yeah, he say keep that on like I say, you know this shit is tight. Yeah, it's absolute. Yeah, I'm back with Boot. La Ferrari, the Jamba Juice. Yeah, we back on the road, they jumping off no parachute. Yeah, shorty in the back, she say she working on the glutes. Yeah, ain't by the book. Yeah, this how it look. Yeah, by the check. Yeah, just check the foots. Yeah, pass this to my daughter, I'ma show her what it took. Baby mama cover fours, got these other bitches shook. Yeah.
Omar on it, come.
Multi-Rex.
diving back into that currency segment of today, now that we're between rounds. So the last thing we stopped on was the fact that we were talking about early American revolutionary times during the Revolutionary War, and the currency that the United States created at the time, which was the continental currency, which was more of a united currency other than individual colonies having their own current colony currencies, similar to what we discussed before from the Massachusetts legislature. The willow, the oak, and the pine tree shilling. So just like other, arbitrary tokens for currency. So now we had the continental currency. And so, by the end of the war, the continental currency was basically reduced to nothing in value because it was just being used to pay for war efforts. And what were they doing with it? They were just printing it. They were rapidly printing it. And so it depreciated. And so that was the first time that I think we can probably think of a United States currency situation where it just rapidly depreciated. And that was our first failed thing or whatever the heck. So other than that, we had other currencies in the colonies at the time. So the colonies had space, which are just coins, paper money, and then commodities and stuff like that. And so other than that, or other than the United States dollars, they had the Spanish dollars as well as the British pound. And so the British pounds were obviously the whole fighting thing. And so after we moved away from that with the continental currency, we still kept the Spanish dollar, which was being moved around and whatnot. And so since another name for the Spanish currency was the Spanish dollar, you can imagine why we have dollars in the United States. That is literally the reason. So coins circulating in that areas were mostly during that time were mostly Portuguese and Spanish. And also on our YouTube link and Facebook, I've left like the actual links of for like some sources and stuff like that. Because again, a lot of this stuff is like known, but then if you want to like do your own research and stuff like that and just get like some jumping points, great places to do so. So the currencies issued by these different colonies in the Continental Congress were known as bills of credit, and bills of credit were known as or typically known as fiat money most of the time. Sometimes they could be actually like pegged to something, like this bill equals like a beaver skin, as an example. I don't know if that's like an actual one, but like as an example. But most of the time they were just fiat money, and fiat money like literally means like valueless currency that a government has issued to exist, and specifically to be able to pay for tax. And so it's strictly a way for a government to issue out a currency and then tax its citizens and have that currency pulled back in, so they move it out of circulation. So that's what fiat currency is for. It has no value other than that, and that's why you get like Bitcoin bulls and gold bulls and silver bulls and stuff like that. Other than the fact that gold and silver were used the entire time as actual metrics, whether they were the actual like standard metric at the time or not, they were metrics. With the Spanish dollar, these were coins that actually had silver in them, and that's why those were being used, because they were coins that actually had gold or silver in them. And so that's why the United States dollar at that time, or the Spanish dollar, was an actual currency. And similar to the pounds, which had like sterling silver, I believe, at the time. Let's see, what else I want to move through with this? This is just a really interesting paragraph to read, so I'm just going to read this paragraph straight out. Or it's like 2 paragraphs, I believe. So this is a portion of like the United States currency history after the continental currency, and so like after the Revolutionary War, the currency that we're using, and partially why you can imagine we have some of the currency policy or monetary policy that we do today. So continental currency depreciated badly during the war, giving rise to the famous phrase, not worth a continental. Primary problem, the monetary policy was not coordinated between Congress and states, which continue to issue bills of credit. So the states just continue to issue bills. This would be like if a bank or something like that, or like, central banks or something or whatever, some like, United States Bank being opposite of central banks in this case, and just continuing to issue some type of bill, which would put things out of whack. And I'm mentioning the United States versus central banks because later on, as I continue through this, we'll see that the United States dollar, aka the dollar bill that's being issued throughout, like kind of as the world standard, is being printed like that. And so we have this situation here on a smaller scale where states were issuing out bills of credit too much, and it just devalued the entire system. And so, So let's keep going. So these states issued out these bills of credit, and it devalued the entire continental currency, similar to the United States issuing out too many dollar bills and it devaluing the world's currencies because they all are on the United States dollar as a standard. So after the collapse of the continental currency, Congress appointed Robert Morris to be superintendent of finance of the United States. Robert Morris advocated for the creation of first financial institution chartered to the United States, the Bank of North America. This was not really liked by a lot of people, I guess. In 1782, the bank was funded in part in the bullion coins loaned to the United States by France. So silver bullions were loaned to the United States by France, which we then used as like our first kind of like Fort Knox type of situation. So I'm going to stop right there since we have this match coming up. But after that, we'll go forward from the United States now has like our own type of currency, and we're starting to like make our own bank type of system so that we can issue out things around something that actually has value. The silver bullions gifted to us from France or loaned to us. Oh, we got a tracer. Yeah, she got me after. I'm gonna go brig. I mean, I gotta wait, Ryan. Lucia, where are you? I'm a brig. I gotta do damage. No, what about junk? I threw a shield at him too. It's like, whatever you can get. Chunk, you wanna jump down? Oh man. Zarya's about to die. Get out there to her. It's a lot of damage for me. Wow. Try and stay alive, Zarya. You're doing it. Keep our Zarya up, man. Damn. No. Sure, they have a Zarya though. Whichever, it doesn't really matter to me. If you want to go Lucio. You going Lucio or what? Oh my god. This is so stupid. Oh my god. Made me choke. Reaper's top left window. Reaper's top right window. Uh, 15 seconds. 8 seconds. Not that, not 15, but. Ooh. I'm still alive. Why am I still alive? Yeah. Why are the healers alive? Oh, just save it. Save it. Yeah, save it. Save alts though. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. If we cap both points, they don't have another chance to go. We can win the game versus them tying. They're on top of us, obviously. Yeah, that was not the move. Yeah, Hanzo just took me out. Watch Hanzo behind. Don't get picked off by this Hanzo. Keep moving. Get in there. Yeah, I'm going to people on point. I'm going to them. No, Ryan. Don't go. No, Ryan. All right. I'll be there. I'll be there. You guys can go. I'll be there. Doomfist come from behind you. Doomfist come from behind you. I'm here. Zarya, you leaving my heal though? I'm all over. I can't do more. Doomfist is just targeting me. Bro, I keep doing 30% of the team damage. I'm like, for sure. When you were saying that though, I only had 3 deaths. And it's like, that's not true. That's also not true. Because McCree died before me, multiple of those fights, and I was healing him. So I'm like, Alright, so before we jump into this next one, we got more to cover. Last thing that we covered about this currency issue or situation, thing, jigger, was and I have no idea if I even switched back to the esports. I did switch back to the esports view. Cool. So last thing we covered about the currency situation was just that we had a continental currency. I don't hear it. Oh, it's because it's in between games. I don't talk about it during the game. I talk strategy and stuff like that during the game. So the last thing we talked about though was that we had this continental currency that during the Revolutionary War, due to wartime debts, basically, you got to pay for this or that and food shortages and blah 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 blah, and due to the fact that there was no government policy around that continental currency necessarily that said like any one body is solely responsible for minting it. Different colonies or states were just printing out a whole bunch of them to pay for their debts and stuff like that, aka rampant printing. I was comparing this to the United States being the current monetary policy for the world, pretty much on the United States dollar, and due to wartime situation or whatever you want to call it, pandemic, we created this new policy system to pay for debts and other things that is a bit rampant compared to anything else in United States history or monetary history. It's rampant, and it is devaluing our dollar. Now, how quickly that happens, it's whatever. But this is just a history lesson, straight up out the books. So, again, reading from this thing, I felt like we had a paragraph here that was really interesting that I wanted to read. Its continental currency depreciated badly during the war, giving rise to the famous term, not worth a continental. So we read that portion before. After the collapse of the continental currency, Congress appointed Robert Morris the superintendent of the financial of the United States. Morris advocated the creation of the first financial institution chartered in the United States, the Bank of North America, in 1782. The bank was funded in part by bullion coins loaned to the United States by France. So the bullions are these silver coins. I don't think they're referring to gold bullions actually in this situation. The painful experience of the runaway inflation and collapse of the continental dollar prompted the delegates of the Continental Convention to include gold and silver clause in the United States Constitution. So this is the first time that we actually saw something start to pop up where it was like, yo, we need, we can't be having this happen with our dollar and stuff like that. This crazy ass inflation stuff that just, we just saw that, right? That was bad, right? So how do we fix this situation? Because the continental dollar is trash. What do we do? They implement this, and now Congress is in charge of issuing those the printing, or what things are allowed to be printed and what bodies can do so. They're in charge of issuing who gets to do what. By the Constitution of the United States, the several are prohibited from coining money, emitting bills of credit, or making anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. But no intention can be inferred from this to deny to Congress either of these powers. And so that's what that's the more legal documentation of what it is and what I was saying. So that happened in what is still, was it what they said, 1782? And so we have that for a period of time. I believe there's like one other occurrence of something of some magnitude that happens in between this period of time, but basically for about almost 100 years. Or is it 100 years? What was it? 87, 82, 70, 80. It's almost 80. Yeah, it's almost 100 years of this type of situation, which was really just we have a currency and you can kind of exchange it as a free market for gold. And blah, 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 blah. But this just stopped the rampant printing situation. So 1879 rolls around. The United States had been on a gold standard since 1879, except for the embargo on blah, blah, blah. This is a section that I decided to rip on and include in today's financial education on, I should be over here. That I want to include in today's financial education on just the gold standard in general. What is the gold standard? For people that don't know what the gold standard is, the gold standard basically just means that things are, I like to say pegged a lot, but things are equivalent to a certain amount of gold. So the United States dollar used to be on the gold standard before we had this, term of the gold standard that they kind of made as like a legal thing across the world, like a world agreed upon thing. It was already just kind of an international standard that people would use as like a free market type of system. And so that already existed beforehand. And free market, whether people want to do things or not, because gold has kind of just had this kind of all, history. It's just kind of just been the history of gold where it's been used for that. And I believe, we'll keep going. So in 1879, United States is on this gold standard. And so what I wanted to cover was so we're doing the free market thing and the gold standard, and the dollar's pegged to a certain amount of gold. I believe at the time it's pegged to I'm not sure if it was pegged to $20 of gold yet. Let's read through this one thing. On June 5th, 1933, the United States, and this is from History Channel, the United States went off the gold. No, I don't want to go to this part. Wait, no, let's go before this. Let's go before this. This is what I want. This is what I want. So we're on the gold standard at this point in time, right? Since 1879 and moving forward. And before that, there was like a free market thing. But around 1879, I believe we pegged a certain amount to. We're like, it's worth this much money. We're gonna pay attention to it and shit. Like, oh, that's definitely some shit. That's like, yo, other than continental dollars and gold, you know what I'm saying? Trade those continental dollars and get some gold. Blah 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 blah. And so 1879, we're rolling around and stuff like that. Things are grand and duty for about 50 years. Then comes the wars, really. So let's say in June 5th, 1933, the United States went off the gold standard, a monetary system where currency is backed by gold. That's kind of just explaining what it is. So soon after taking office, what happened? Soon after taking office, President Roosevelt declared the national bank currency moratorium. I think it's like, debt, basically, in order to prevent a run of the banks by consumers lacking confidence in the economy. So we had some downturns. We had the Great Depression. And since we had the Great Depression, a lot of people no longer wanted to. I'm sure you've heard situations of people stashing money underneath their pillows and in their beds, or in their pillows and under their beds, and like stashing gold coins and all sorts of places, or this and that, and blah, treasure maps, and blah, all that type of crazy shit. That's real, and that is because nobody had trust in the government and in the banking system. After this collapse that had happened with the previous dollar system, nobody had trust in it. And so when we had the Great Depression, and the stock market crashed, then everybody wanted to flee to gold. Basically, everybody was fleeing to gold because you could still buy it. It was on the free market. There was United States dollars and stuff, but that's crashing, right? But you could still buy gold, and so people started buying gold and hoarding that gold because it wasn't crashing like the United States dollar. It was actually inverse to the United States dollar, and kind of has had that long-term history with things. And so people wanted gold and stuff, and they were hoarding that. And because of this, people had less confidence in the banks. We're getting somewhere with this, trust me. So people have less confidence in the banks. What does this have to do with President Roosevelt in 1933? Declared a national moratorium, blah, 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 blah. So what this means: he forbade banks to pay out gold or to export it. According to Keynesian economic theory, one of the best ways. Okay, according to the Keynesian economic theory, and this is why. According to the Keynesian economic theory, one of the best ways to fight off an economic downturn is to inflate the money supply. So one of the best ways to fight off an economic downturn, aka a pandemic situation, is to get money in the hands of the people. If you wanted to jump forward a nice little amount of years, almost 100 years. So that's by an economic theory. So that's what he decided to do. We're going to get this money into the hands of the people. We have this new supply of money. We're going to get this into the hands of the people more, and we're going to, get them, just if more people are utilizing that thing, similar to like Bitcoin, if more people are utilizing that technology, that currency, it's just got more adoption. It's about adoption. And so, increasing the amount of the Federal Reserve, money supply, and increasing the amount of gold held by the Federal Reserve would in turn increase the power to inflate the money supply. So what do they mean by and increasing the supply of gold by the Federal Reserve? Well, what that means in history is that they actually made it a law that if you owned gold from before 1933 in the United States, if you own gold from before 1933 in the United States, and this is why you hear about people that had vaults and stuff like that and secret gold, and they're like, shh, in old movies and stuff like that. But why? Because if you had gold before 1933, they actually made a law where you had to turn that money in. You had to turn it in. You had to turn in all of your gold of a certain, like if it was over, I think, more than $100. To denote it to more than so. You needed to turn your gold in and claim United States dollars. It's a new monetary system. Yay for you! Bad for your gold. If you really liked gold. But yeah, they made people do that. You actually had to do it. And it took a few months, and then they had all of it converted. What did they convert? $300 million worth of gold at the time. 470 million worth of gold certificates, and they made people exchange their gold at a rate of, per ounce, it was $20.67. So this is important. They made people exchange their gold at a rate of $2 or $20.67. The reason the United States did this at the time was because after the war, a lot of countries were in turmoil and stuff like that with their currencies and this and that. And so, like, who's going to get sound money? And so we decided we were going to stock up on gold, since that's been kind of like the traditional thing throughout time, pretty much, at least have a gold reserve to hedge against things. And that's what they wanted to do. And so they decided to take all the gold from the people. So they took the gold from everybody and gave us something else in exchange from it. This is kind of similar to DeFi, where you would give somebody your tokens and you get a third-party token in exchange for that. But with DeFi, you still own your tokens. You're just staking them there so that somebody can try out the system or something like that. They never actually take those from you, unless it's a rug pull. So that's the big difference, is that it seems like everybody got rug pulled on their gold. But that happened, and everybody got paid $20.67 per ounce of gold that they exchanged in. And then what happened after that? 2 months later, a joint resolution of Congress abrogated, I don't know that word, the gold clauses in many public and private obligations. So, they just like ended the agreements in a bunch of public and private situations that people had. It's over. It's over. You're getting United States dollars for it. In the same way of the finesse, the borrow. So, yeah, that's just it. In 1934, the government price of gold. So this was done in 33. So in 1934, the government price of gold was increased. So after they got all the gold in and they had a year to make sure that they had all the gold from people, they increased the cost of gold. So, and now people are no longer allowed to trade in it. Average people, some people still are allowed to. Central banks, central banks, not just normal banks. Central banks, the government themselves can still operate on a free market type situation and trade this gold around. The United States now has the largest portion of gold in the world due to this, from taking it from the people. And then they increased it after holding it for a year, the cost of it, if somebody wanted to buy it, from $20 from their own standard that they made up, from $20.67 to $35 per ounce. So, and that effectively increased their gold in the reserve balance sheets by 69%. So they just had some money and they were like, you know what, it just costs more now on the international. If anybody ever wants it, that's just what we're gonna say it is, and that's what our spot is. And so now we have 69, almost 70% more money from that, hundreds of millions of dollars. So this increases the assets followed by the Federal Reserve to inflate. And so why would they do this as well? It's not just for that. But if they were to increase their reserves, their hedge, then similar to what Roosevelt said when he first took office, that they could get more dollars, more United States dollars out into the hands of the people, and get it acceptable by this. According to the Keynesian economic theory, one of the best ways to fight off an economic downturn is to inflate the money supply, aka print out more money and push it out there. And so if they had more hedge, that they could potentially fight off what was becoming a bad downturn for the United States, because they were in debt at the time. So they could potentially fight off this bad currency situation for a long time if they did this. And so they did it. It's a nice little history lesson. So 70% increase, but it was like the numbers that you're doing, and when you're doing this, it's like, on what? You just chose to, okay, well, you gotta get people to agree to that if you just chose to it. Like, and that's a funny thing, because people are always like, well, what's the price of Bitcoin? Well, people just set the price, blah, 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 blah. Well, here we have a situation of the United States literally having the price set at a certain amount, and for no reason, because no other people are allowed to even buy into it, they just go, it's just worth more. So, let that be what that is. Like, wow, but it's like the more history like arguments like that go vamoose. Like, what does that mean? Get that argument out of my face. So the government held the $35 per ounce price until August 15th of 1971. So for 40 years. And so prior to this adjustment, we had about 50 years of a certain type of currency, and before that we had about 100, almost 100 years of a certain type of currency policy, and before that we had everything might as well have been altcoins before that. And so it's where we've been when people are like, oh, United States dollar has been around for so long. Has it? What dollar? What type of dollar? They're calling, it's what you've been taught. So the government held the $35 per ounce price until August 15th, 1971, when Richard Nixon announced the United States would no longer convert dollars to gold at fixed value, thus completely abandoning the gold standard. And then in 1974, President Gerald Ford signed legislation that permitted Americans again to own gold bullions. So they abandoned the gold standard. In 71, and allowed Americans to own gold again, basically, in 74. And so why would Richard Nixon do this if it's just better than us having printed out like $1 million, like with the continental currency situation, the continental dollar? Why would he move us off of a seemingly successful thing by this economic theory? Even though we're able to supply shit, we can just print money out now. The reason was the United States is in debt again. So we had a whole bunch of gold, right, in our previous system. So we had a whole bunch of gold, and people were able to like convert the gold and stuff like that into United States dollars, but we had a bunch of debt with other nations, and as the other nations, since things were pegged to a certain price of gold, and normal people couldn't do the payments and stuff like that, but nations could, central banks could, right? So they already took the gold away from people. This is a passive. They made people convert their gold. They just turned their gold in so that the United States could own it by ourselves as like the Federal Reserve. And then they increased the price of it so that it was just higher on an international level. And we would survive longer with our currency, a United States dollar, as we started to issue out this fiat money, this valueless dollar that that is truly, when you look up the definition of it, used just for tax purposes. That's what fiat's used for. It's no purpose other than to claim taxes from a government because they issue it out whenever they want. And so we collected that money. Now the United States government's the only ones allowed to sell gold and stuff like that during the wartime, like the end of this, like World War II and stuff like that. But we're going into debt because at the end of World War II, everybody went into debt, and then Vietnam started coming up, so all these countries are going into debt and stuff. And with everybody going into debt, people, United States had a lot of debt, and so people started to want to claim their money. And so I believe like 2 countries, like Belgium and somebody else, like actually claimed money from the United States, and they asked for gold because that was the standard. And so they got that gold from our reserves, and then other countries were like, yo, maybe we start claiming some of that gold. The United States has the most gold. Let's get some of that gold from the United States. And they started wanting to claim their money. And so it was like France and these other countries, and France is like the people that like really founded us and stuff like that, pretty much, like as far as financially. They all started to want their money back, aka they don't want United States dollars, because at the time we were paying them in United States. They could take that payment back in United States dollars, but if our currency is getting devalued so much, then all of a sudden they no longer wanted the payment back in United States dollar. They wanted it back in what they could have it back in, which was gold. They could still get it back in gold. And so they wanted it back in gold, the hedge. And so the United States said, oh, fuck, what do we do? What do we do? Richard Nixon takes off and says, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get off of that standard. We're going to get off of that policy. And so that's no more the case. And so he abandoned the gold standard, so the United States no longer had to pay back these countries in gold. We got to keep the remainder of our gold and stop draining the gold well. That's the reason why. And so what that meant, though, since all these countries, like the international standard, I forgot, I skipped some stuff here, but the international standard for currency at the time was the price that the United States dollar, like, I'm like rubbing my shoulders kind of. It was the United States dollars peg of the gold. And so when it was $20, that's pretty much the international currency standard. And then when they raised it to $35, then that became kind of like the international monetary standard of of United States dollars to gold to your currency. Um, and so when Nixon was like, "Yo, we're no longer using gold," basically because we don't want to pay you guys back that shit in gold. Well, then what can they get it back in? What can they do all their payments back in? Well, all of a sudden, the value of a United States dollar goes up. If you don't have to pay people back, if there's only one, if you cut off one of the options, you cut off one of the arms that people can pay you back in, they can only pay you back in dollars now, and you already inflated the cost of the stuff. Like you just didn't want it to drain that much from that 70% that you increased it. Then all of a sudden the value of the United States dollar becomes that much stronger in an international market because other people have already agreed to use it as their type of standard to equating things. If you're not going to use that anymore, then what the hell? You kind of just shot all these people in the foot. They were like, okay, I guess we have to adapt. And so that's what happened. And so everybody adapted, and the dollar rose up in the charts. And that's when you can start seeing things on the USD index chart. That's when you start seeing the USD index chart, and it's at this very high peak. And it goes up a little bit more because the United States dollar was incepted in this type of situation. And I like Miss Bretton Woods in there, I think, somewhere, which is where they like chose to go on, I think, this other type of gold standard policy with the $20, $35 thing and stuff like that. But I'm gonna leave it at this portion. We're gonna leave it at currently the United States has left the gold standard. United States dollar is going up in value internationally because it's now used to transact and to pay off debts instead of being able to pay off debts in gold. And that's it. I think I'm gonna get a drink real quick. If there's any questions, I don't know if anybody's been watching that. Half of information. I should hopefully this isn't too long. I can cut it up later on.
Are you sure you're not an enemy stand user? Air to my knee, not can't stand niggas. Gangstar, gang moves, hands get bigger. Rock, paper, scissors, my hands too different. Move like Bruno, might rip in a zipper. Shooting shots, purple hunter, put you in the picture. Shooting shots, gun loaded, feel like Mr. I've been with my dog like Iggy. After mindset, fire flame with me. Still came with the water, bitch, I feel like Misty. Wife flew with me, she missed me, she kissed me. Gotta breathe like, come on. Murder, muda, beat it up, come on. Lisa, love me, lost with the glove on. Play a stand and let the requiem run on. Living a golden experience. My life too lit, it's delirious. I keep that star on my back. Look at my face, can't fear shit. Built to the top like a pyramid. My lineage lit and it's serious. Bring the beat, life like Jorno. Young gangstar, flip the kill switch. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Jojo, pose, pose, pose. Got that emerald green, feel like Kakyo in.
Enjoy the moment.
Got that emerald green, feel like Kakyo in.
Alright, we're back. I'm deciding to, like, anytime they have it on this type of screen, not the other one. That's how I know when to edit. Do it. Let's check it. Oh. Oh. Reinhardt, Zarya, Larissa. Oh man. Yes. 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 Boy. I'm like, yeah. I don't want to cover anything while I'm about to play. We'll cover more in just a second. Oh, what the hell? Why did they just pull me out of that? They really kill playing DPS in this game, man. Waiting a minute, one thing, 2 minutes, one thing, 3 minutes, one thing. Waiting 5 minutes for What team? Like a random team? Oh man. Okay. Yeah. They win. I won't wait. I'll switch. Goodness. Okay. I was running it this time. Actually, that's the case. Don't I think it goes quicker. It's flexing. Maybe they'll give me some devious rounds. Oh shit. Dun. Oh, ridiculous. How quick that is. You want to give up the spot you're good at? We'll put you right in. Oh, not that you're good at your best. Your name is Jeff. Yeah. Get it? Yeah. Oh, Jeff. I'm expecting big things from you, Jeff. They do. That was uneventful for him. Oh, let me get some of that orb, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow, one limb is gold right now. How is that possible? Yeah, there's been so much out. I'd back it up, you two have no heal. Oh, risky. Alright, so after this round, we'll get back into the history. Because hopefully we'll win. Bad teams. Yep. Anywho, let's get back into this policy. So last thing that we covered, the United States implemented a policy that made citizens convert any gold that they had over $100 worth of gold into United States dollars. They had to do this at a rate of $20 per ounce of gold, and a year later, the reserve increased the cost to $35 that they had, and that other people were not allowed to trade, basically. Later, during the Nixon era, the United States has moved off the gold standard, and whatchamacallit, okay. Okay, so let's cover some more stuff. Dang it, I get like no time. We're like just leaving Bretton Woods, which is like the agreement between everybody, and then we left the gold standard and trying to get past that. Hello, puny mortals. Oh, there it is. I was like, whoa, why can't... Hello, puny mortals. Hello, puny mortals. Okay, when you look at social and it has that weird, like, little connecty icon thing, what does that one mean? Like, it looks like a C and a G, or two G's or something. Two backward G's. What's the two backward G's mean? Well, I don't see a Junkrat trap. They're just gonna throw some Zarya shit. Oh, just any different council? They don't tell you the specifics. Alright, shield going down. Yeah, bear it down. I'm about to die. I'm like, we couldn't get shield to full health during that entire time now? I mean, not shield, but like health? Like, it'd be really nice to have had full health. Left me at like 50 the entire time. Shield down. Like, are we gonna kill shit? What is this? I'm about to get off fucking Ryan, man. Y'all acting stupid. No point in having a shield. I'm at 50%. Like, I'm not gonna get healed. Charge that diva. Charge it. Charge it. My god. Okay, don't move. Could have got so much charge off of that. Oh, DPS was so awful, dude. I'm about to have fucking gold damage. There's Zarya. Stay Zarya. Y'all are just bad, bro. Probably shouldn't be playing DPS. Gotta be able to wipe somebody. Pig did not wipe anybody. I have to get off the shield. It's just like I'm just holding it up and not being healed for maybe because our DPS is just taking damage. I don't know. Ugh, you got in the way, dude. How about some heal? Oh my god, dude, none. I'm like, are they not looking for me? They're not looking for me. That's game. Heals is trash too, dude. I'm not running a point. It's a game. I don't even want to play with you. Alright, Christ. Understand. They were really bad. It's gonna be. Something right says. Like justice will be done. They got a Ryan too. Don't get how I could be running with healers and not have health. Man, where are we at? How do we not win that battle? Almost got another all. Like, what the fuck? I'm going back in with the exact same amount of all. Wow, there's so many turrets. Don't. Yeah, we gotta go through the hallway. Go left or something. Don't go up the middle. Don't go up the middle, Zarya, unless you're Zarya. Got my ult. We're all fucked up and still trying to go up the middle. Like, wow, man. It's just like, it's great that Zarya gets flew. But I don't know that our DPS do anything, and I'm not being fucking healed at all. Yeah, what are our fucking healers, man? Like, not being, how no heal like this? Like, when are we gonna kill something? There we go. Like, I don't understand the hold up until when a Bob comes out. Bob will get kills. No actual people getting kills? Nobody? Nobody. Get on point. You're not on. And I'm dead again. Like, yeah, man, 6 deaths on first point. Like, 10,000. Like, we do a little bit more fucking healing. Okay. Where is he at? I don't know where he is. That was a quick one. Sim teleporter, probably up top. Sim's up top right too. I got no shield for you. No, take me. Jesus. Oh, that was both of their tank ults. And Soldier used his ult previous to that. Unless he's all the way charged up on it, we do have the advantage. I'm gonna pull in, save some shield. I can't believe I faked out that Symmetra like that, bro. She got faked out. We gonna get some kills? Can we get a kill? Like, seriously. What are we doing? Kill somebody. Man, he got us like Jesus. We are not killing anything at all. We're not even dying. Get something. Jesus. That's so bad. Not killing anything at all. Up that log versus no tank. 1 DPS on the side and a fucking healer on point. Can't kill him. Like, what do we gotta consider what our DPS is if that's actually like, cause that happened multiple times, man. That's like it's gotta be something they can kill. Whatever you were, like, Jesus. And like, I know we had that ash, but like, you should just be able to throw out a fire and kill whoever's on point and shoot the thing. What are you doing? They probably got more damage than our Torb. Like, it's always a shame when Ryan has a higher damage medal than like one of the DPS songs. It's like, bro, my shield is up the majority of the time. But I don't know where she put that bit. Teleporter, teleporter. Oh, they're up top, they're up top. They're on top of you. I think Soldier's up on top of the box. Here's Ryan. Oh, thank you. My God. I was just about to die for so long. Oof. Pero 10K on that first point stop. 24 blocked. Ew. Thank you, Anna. I'm pretty sure Anna was the dude. Took me so long. Oh man, they're not there to see it. So true. Thank 4% is really high. Can't believe they put me back on healer. I would do anything for my team, but I won't SD for dream. I will do anything for my team. Whoa. Damn. Why didn't she put her wall down? That's so stupid. Oh, Junkrat on our right. He's like up top. What the fuck? Oh, I'm tired. I was like, bro, what killed me before the dealer bomb? Wow, they got that there quick. Peek, peek.
Bring out, buddy, bring out! Look on the hat!
Man, great shit. There's a soldier on our back. She should have been pushed you and hit you. It is skin tone. Okay. There's a Reaper up top or something.
Sit! Fight! Fight! Woo! Put it in the hole, baby! Come on!
That's pretty funny. I caught that Sombra attacking you, but Yeah, still go healing back. What? The fuck was that? Yo. Like, did she actually hack the fucking play the game or no? What the hell was that? What was that? Let's do this. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Ugh. Oh my god, let's punch some puppies. What? What? What do you... Yeah, it's weird. You know, they look at you and they, I don't know, they lick your hand, they fall over. I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Oh. Damn, I needed one more second, Ryan. Do we have anybody else pushing? Is it just me? Wow, okay. Wow, we really gotta get more heal on him. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm like, I don't have an AWP or anything to push. Like, super strong. Yeah, he just used this up. I'm about to die, yeah. Look at the soldiers uncontested to the right. Alright, we still got numbers. We should move up on that. Make sure we got full positions. Soldiers still up top right. Yeah. Wow. Get some heal against this hog. Thank you. I was fighting the soldier. Where the fuck did that just go? Okay. Oh, you just took Ryan's bubble. Who is that? Did he get anybody? Alright. Oh, not Ryan. Damn, I died. That was a long time though. Oh shit, we're moving it though. Reaper's up top, coming. Reaper's gonna be coming down from behind us. Just know that in like 3 seconds. Reaper approach. Oh, he fell off. Never mind. Damn. That was a toughie. How much? Ryan? What's your damage blocked? I feel like Ryan's shield just absorbed damage the entire game. Yeah, like probably Had though, or not Had though, Torb. But he was like, oh yeah, I was like probably Torb, Farah / Torb, a little OP. He's got his own little shield situation. Then if I have to bubble you or something. I got 2 of them. Ash ran around the right side of this thing, and then I caught Ana doing something. I forget. Yeah, because that led to Ash being low health. So, yeah, that was really good though. He got thirsty. they try to go around my side, I'll launch my ult. Waiting for the push, and I'll launch it. Here we go. He's gonna go around back. We just did it. Oh man. Why didn't she back up by now? She should have been gone. Oh wow. I avenged the Rhine. Damn. He died too. And then Sig died. And then I left a sticker on the ground. Oh yeah, is that Plat? Yeah, Plat is now Tank. Or Tank is now Plat. Excuse me. One more game to heal, but not out of the voids. Right, team. Every time I've been flexing, you know what I'm saying? It's all dubs. It's all dubs until you get to a healer round. Then it just doesn't even matter what you do. They give you the wackest DPS, don't want to kill anything. I'm like, as long as we don't end the game with like eight LMs, like I'll be happy. I'll be happy. That's like whack. That's like really whack. Dead by Daylight Resident Evil? So is it just Dead by Daylight with Resident Evil characters? Yeah. Behind you, Lucia. And he's down. That was so silly. Guy wanted to do the boot thing, but doesn't know how to survive the situation. Oh, what is that, like an ash or something? What hit me? Yeah, pieced that ass a few times. So like, who the fuck do you think she's shooting at? Oh. Bears behind us. Damn it. Fuck is she at? She's low on point. Salty ass. Oh, no, you did not just waste that all. I wanted to get you up there, but I needed to keep her in alive. Ryan AFK, what's up, bro? No res for that. No res for 10 seconds, guys. Oh, I was about to get the res down. Damn, no he. Oh, why are we backing up though? We immediately backed up because we lost heals. Like, what do you think's about to happen now? They're on our right. Half health. Got her. Lucio down too. Farron should be saltiest. She just lost to a Mercy flat out. Like, I took her health entirely down. How are you gonna lose to a Mercy, Pistol? That's fair. Nah, Soldier loses to her. Oh my god, she's behind you. She's like one hit. Bro, into the shield directly? Really? Oh, wow. Okay. Like, that was like obviously up. He didn't put it down. It's like he was holding it already. The guy said, fuck it, I'm gonna just throw the Rhine ult into it regardless to him not showing any signs of the shield even being cracked or lifting it. I see something. Whoa. Oh, bro, she's going into the battle. You really have to be able to fight that at least. Fair behind you, soldier. Oh, I mean, that's an op. Stay together, because we gotta roll them for a while here. Stay together. How do you lose to like 2 people like a 5 stack? How are 5 people losing to like 1 person out of spawn? Like, get back, immediately killed somebody. Didn't even step in the fucking place. Okay, well, Paris camping the shit out of that. Paris, like, fucking stalking me out front. Look at me. She's 1 hit. Look up, behind you. 1 hit. Soldier. Oh my god, do your job once. She's 1 hit. Yeah, I'm dead. Cause Farah and then a hog hooked me after I shot the fucking Farah down pretty much. Great if our fucking soldier could get some fucking kills. Okay. Bro, oh my god, she's solo ulting me. Yes, thank you. I'm like, make them pay for something. They're doing stupid shit. We're bad. Christ. Farrah by herself half the damn time. Our soldier just getting his ass kicked. Just thoroughly fucking kicked. That was wild to me. Cause I don't get my ass kicked like that. So it's like, it's new. But I think I want to do some design stuff before call tonight. I'm out. Do the 4th of July shit. So more time to learn and maybe put in a trade or something like that. Oh, I guess I'll wrap it up with we'll try to wrap up this monetary policy thingy, right? Because we were so close to the end, you know. Once we're in the 1900s. So let's go back over here. Let's talk about monetary policy. That history. So we talked about the gold standard. I mentioned Bretton Woods. Talked about that Nixon removed us from the gold standard. Why he would do something like that. In fact, the United States owed all these people gold since they could ask for gold, and that we didn't want to let our gold supplies sink, even though that was kind of like the, you know, what we had. This agreement is like the world standard policy. It's like the United States dollar to this certain amount of gold. And now, since we moved off of that, it was just to the, you know, you just owe it back in the United States dollar, which we can just print however much we want. But, you know, since the world is in a crazy shit, whatever the fuck right now, and whatever the hell, and you guys won the war basically, we'll let you do that. And that's pretty much what happened. But there's more to it. Let me take a break. I'm gonna drink something before I go into this. I just need a little drink before we go into the rest of the story here. Alright, so the year is 1879. The United States enters an international version of the standard dollar, backing our currency to this gold. This lasts for a while, but then you know, we create the actual gold standard, which makes all Americans turn in their gold. And United States gets a stockpile. We increase the cost of that stockpile on a world level too for other people that have it and stuff like that. It's like almost like it reminds me of like pulse chain, like a pulse chain type situation happening. PULSE, pulse. Thank you. But yeah, it increases everybody's wealth for the United States, really, and kind of brings us to where we're at. So, as World War II is coming to an end, leading Western powers met to develop the Bretton Woods Agreement. which would be the framework for the global currency market until 1971. Again, we talked about the Nixon thing. Within the Bretton Woods system, all national currencies were valued in relation to the U.S. dollar. And so this is why I was like, when you remove the gold standard, when Nixon removes it later, that's like a big deal for all these other countries that are paying back their debt in value of a United States dollar, not in value of gold or in value of Bitcoin. So that was a big deal, the Bretton Woods Agreement, which would be the framework of global currency market. Within the Bretton Woods system, all national currencies, we said that the dollar in turn was convertible to gold at fixed rate of $35 per ounce. The global financial system continued to operate upon a gold standard, albeit in a more indirect manner. So again, mention that too, that it continued to use this type of system, but other people are buying, you just can't, everybody can't get into it. The agreement resulted in an interesting relationship between gold and US dollar over time. Over the long term, a declining dollar generally means rising gold prices. In the short term, it's not true, and the relationship can be tenuous at best. Whew. So that should pretty much give you an idea of what the Bretton Woods Agreement did. It was a time when all the nations of the world came together after World War II and decided that they would value gold based on United States dollar. So because you got to base it to something, or it's just otherwise it's just amounts of gold. They could just leave it at amounts of gold, but they don't want to. So it's United States dollars. So as a converting mechanism. So at the end of World War II, the U.S. had 75% of the world's monetary gold, and the dollar was the only currency still backed directly by gold. So we mentioned how we did that type of stuff before. Other, nations and stuff like that were trying stuff out to like revitalize their currencies and stuff like that, and had already backed off of this gold type of standard. But the United States was the only one still on at the end of World War II, and we had the most gold supply in the world. And yeah. So, however, as the world and why do we have so much? We learned that after the end of the First War, and then 33. That everybody was told to convert their gold in. So we had to push your gold in. So of course the United States had the most at the end of World War II. However, as the world rebuilt itself after World War II, and especially if your currency became devalued, then you needed a bunch of gold as a hedge. The U.S. saw its gold reserves steadily drop as money flowed to war-torn nations. So we got to pay back those reparations for war-torn nations. And its own high demand for imports. So we also needed imports from other places. We want new beds, we want new this and that, new technology, all this other crazy shit, whatever the fuck, medicines. We need that stuff. And so since we need that stuff, what did the other people want the money in? They could take it in United States. So, well, yeah, they were taking it in gold. Those things cost gold, or exchange the amount in gold. And then they would take that gold and exchange it to their currency. The high inflationary environment of the late 1960s sucked out the last bit of air from the gold standard. So again, high inflation mixed with post-war environment equals a lot of spending, a lot of money going out toward different things, and we were just losing our reserves of gold. So what do you do when you're starting to lose your reserve asset? Cool. Fast forward a few years. In 1968, a gold pool, which included the U.S. and a number of European nations, so remember we already have the Bretton Woods Agreement. So now in 1968, they created a gold pool, which includes the United States and a bunch of other European nations, stopped selling gold on the London market, allowing the market to freely determine the price of gold. So that's in 68. And these ones stopped doing that and allowed the market to freely determine, instead of it being like previously we had chose that it's $35, and now we made an open market thing, almost like how stocks trade, so it can go up or down. This is like them putting an initial amount out there of like some cryptocurrency, and then letting the market decide if gold was a crypto from a farm or something like that. There would be like the initial tokens that like maybe it starts with 300 or something like that, and then the rest are being farmed, and that's like that type of situation. So from 1968 to 1971, only central banks could trade with the U.S. at $35 an ounce. So other people, it was free market, so it could be going up way higher, but central banks Could get that $35 an ounce trade still. By making a pool of gold reserves available, the market price of gold could be kept in line with official party rate. So yeah, again, official party rate. This alleviated the pressure on member nations to appreciate their currencies to maintain their export-led growth strategies. Hopefully that all makes sense. It's just, if you're an insider, if you're one of these nations, you can trade gold at a certain price after we got off the gold standard. So between this time period, the nations were trading it all at a certain price. And after the gold standard, it's free market. However, so this is continued. I left a few of these as like really intact paragraphs just because I really liked all the information in them. However, the increasing competitiveness of foreign nations combined with the monetization of debt to pay for social programs in the Vietnam War, I kind of mentioned this type of stuff already, soon began to weigh on America's balance of payments, with a surplus turned to a deficit in 1959, and so like before this other stuff, and growing fears that foreign nations would start redeeming their dollar donation assets for gold. Senator John F. Kennedy issued a statement at the late stages of his presidential campaign that if elected would not attempt to devalue the dollar. What people were talking about it back then. The gold pool collapsed in, I'm just acting. The gold pool collapsed in 1968, so that's like in, yeah. As member nations were reluctant to cooperate fully in maintaining the market price at the U.S. price of gold. So people are like, oh, we want free market. But insiders still got that price for as long as they wanted. In the following years, both Belgium and the Netherlands cashed in dollars for gold, with Germany and France expressing similar intentions. In August of 1971, Britain requested it to be paid in gold, forcing Nixon's hand in officially closing the gold window. By 1976, it was official. The dollar would no longer be defined by gold, thus marking the end of any semblance of a gold standard. Yeah, so that was like pretty much the true end of the gold standard. Nations are no longer using it in one thing, and now it's more of like a free market type of thing, and not just used as an international currency standard. And the United States kind of led that for the world. It's like it's always the United States and Britain. Britain's usually the first to do it, and then the United States will do it like last. In August 1971, Nixon served the direct convertibility of United States dollars into gold. With this decision, the international currency market, which had become increasingly reliant on the dollar since the enactment of Bretton Woods Agreement, lost its formal connection to gold. So when Nixon did that, it lost its formal connection to gold. What? Oh my goodness. The US dollar, and by extension the global financial system, is effectively sustained, entered the era of fiat money. So yeah, fiat money, and I've explained this in some earlier portions, but fiat money is basically just money that's issued by a government because they can issue as much as they want of it, and its primary purpose is to kind of just go through circulation and be used to pay back some form of taxes, not actually get assets and stuff like that to buy goods with. But like, yeah, I mean, I guess you would need those things, but it's to pay back taxes. However, they need to collect those taxes from you. It's like an agreement note for taxes. The bottom line, gold has fascinated humankind for 5,000 years. It hasn't always been the basis of the monetary system. A true international gold standard existed for less than 50 years, from 1871 to 1914. What? World War time. In a time of world peace and prosperity. Though a lesser form, and like again, like once the world wars hit, people were like, yo, I don't know if we want to necessarily peg our stuff to, like be bump that buddy, kind of fend for ourselves. So that's what happened. Though a lesser form of the gold standard continued until 1971, its death had started centuries before with the introduction of paper money. So again, when we started this whole thing, yeah. Once we got away from the coins, today the price of gold is determined by the demand for metal, and although there is no longer use as a standard, it still serves as an important function. So that's how they're doing it now. And before, it was just straight up kind of like a currency slash, yes, that metal, but yeah, really currency. Probably less using it for wearing because you want to mean something else. Is there anything else we have for this? It's the wrap up that we had from this last portion. I forgot this last source. I believe this last source is like Investopedia. Under a free market system, gold should be viewed as a currency like the euro, yen, or United States dollar. Gold has a long-standing relationship with the US dollar, and over the long term, gold will generally have an inverse relationship. And so that is the United States dollar's history up to date without the whole, I didn't go into the most recent things of quantitative easing and the Great Recession and stuff like that. I feel like that's a little bit more recent. But regardless, I feel like it does provide a pretty roundabout oral history of the United States dollar, where we talked about its inception coming from these tokens, these wooden tree tokens, to paper dollars, to the dollar being devalued due to a war, and also counterfeiters, but due to different means, man's manipulation of it, basically. The idea that we're printing all of this fiat money as a way to, initially even as a way to get out of a downturned market for that type of currency, so it already has an issue. Really interesting stuff when you really dig into it, in my opinion. But anyways, thank you for joining us today. Happy Independence Day. Not financial advice, not a financial advisor. And yeah, do your own research.